How do I want this deck to go? Alright, 2 Scourge. Two Scourge and replace these swamps. Alright. That should be good. As soon as we get these cards in, we can get started. Alright, so as the title suggests, wanted to do some Jund Shadow today. I'm trying to decide on what list I want to run for the Strixhaven Championship Qualifier this weekend. So I'm going to be kind of running through some variants over the next few days. Try to narrow that down. I think Jund is towards the top of my list right now. I'm just trying to decide if I want to run like a traditional Jund build or if I want to go more like my Jund build that I'm liking at the moment with Blood Braids and Luris in the main, or like what direction I really want to go. But to help decide things like that, I'm going to start narrowing down some flex spots in the deck. For instance, Cleansing Wildfire in the board is one that I really want access to if Tron starts popping up a lot, which it has been recently. And so I'm going to give it a shot, see how it goes. And, yeah, that's about it. Other than that, this variation is really similar to like the black-red Scourge decks, where you've got that 4-Blood Crypt, Swift Spear, Lightning Bolt, Scourge of the Skyclaves, Core, and then complement it with like Tarmogoyf instead of Bomat Courier, the Shadows pushes, Hand Disruption, Kroxa. So a lot of the same cards in that black-red shell, but we just get to add Tarmogoyf as a more resilient threat that carries us a little bit better into the late game. And the sideboard, Splash and Green for Veil of Summer. Cards like Assassin's Trophy, Abrupt Decay are options as well. But we're trying to keep the green pretty minimal. So we'll see how it goes. Trying not to lose my voice here. But yeah, so this is the first league with Jund Death Shadow. Luris is our companion. It's tough to even call it Jund Shadow. It's more like Rakdos Green. The heavy, heavy Rakdos with that tiny little spice splash of green. But we'll see how it goes. All right. Hand's not bad. If we want to go turn 2 Scourge, we have to turn 1 Lightning Bolt, which is a bit awkward. And if we're turn 1 Lightning Bolting, it means we're not turn 1 Thought Seizing. So I think what I'm going to do is bobble my opponent to see if I can get some information as to whether I think bolting them to get turn 2 Scourge down is better or worse than a turn 1 Thought Seize. So Cavern of Souls indicates some sort of a creature deck. So I think I'm going to lean towards this Thought Seize, because if they've got something like Aether Vial, I'd rather get it out of hand now. So Goblins. Pyre, definitely the scariest card available. So let's go ahead and rip that out of hand. Alright, so opponent obviously not playing the Bloodstained Mire is pretty rough with this Scourge in hand. I could push the Prospector to keep them from playing a turn 2 Harbinger. Like, I'm assuming I'm going to have to go face with this Lightning Bolt at the moment. So I do think I'm just going to go ahead and push this. But this Lightning Bolt getting Scourge up to a 3/3 means it's not dying to Munitions Expert or Tarfire. And if they want to cast both next turn, they have to fetch off this Bloodstained Mire, which makes Scourge bigger. Alright. But I prefer to get down Tarmogoyf. So, Antis, good catch. I gotta update the deck list. Let me get that. I think I am going to get down the Tarmogoyf here instead of the Scourge. Reason being is the Tarmogoyf is going to hit bigger hit for more next turn, which makes the Scourge bigger the turn after. The Scourge would be hitting for a smaller amount next turn and still not be as big the turn after. Alright. Where is this list? Alright. Should be set now. So let's give it a shot and make sure it works. There we go. Harbinger, yep. For a second munitions expert. Interesting. So the Scourge is currently lethal next turn. I don't have to lower my life anymore with the Battle Rage. They could pyre away the Harbinger for like a Sling Gang. This can only be on your turn, right? Yeah, activate only any time you could cast a sorcery. Looks like they are going to go for that. Was for the Sling Gang. Alright. So they could flash in munitions expert, drain me 4 times. They'd go to 15. Scourge would hit for 5, put them to 10, and then we'd have 15 power for the regular combat damage of the Scourge plus the 5 power of the Goyf. So they're dead to that. So I don't believe there's any way they can survive this. Or they can munitions expert the Scourge and then sack goblins to gain life and shrink the Scourge. They have to like nuke their entire board just about to do it, but yeah, that keeps them alive. So this will mark 4 damage on the Scourge, and then they activate Sling Gang 3 times, and the Scourge will die. Is my math wrong? Oh yeah, the math is wrong. I forgot about the first one growing the Scourge. And the second one starts draining. Oh, Scourge math. You never cease to amaze. Alright, what am I boarding out? It's not a ton I want to board out in this matchup. It's kind of like I just want to get on the front foot and provide some tempo. If anybody's got any sideboard ideas for the Goblins or the Pyre Goblins matchup, feel free to share some thoughts. Can't keep that one. Can keep this one. Alright. What's my bottom? I think I'm probably bottoming one of my 1 mana removal spells, but I really like the idea of going. Right now, I can't cast them both on turn 2 anyway. So we'll just bottom Lightning Bolt, because Seal grows the Tarmogoyf. Def Jag coming in with a raid. Thank you so much. How'd your stream go? Are you playing Jund again? Yeah, I think I'm going to bottom the Lightning Bolt. Seal of Fire plays a little better with Tarmogoyf if I happen to see one. Relic, sure. We don't have basic mountain or basic forest. So fetch choice doesn't matter too much. Opponent making sure we know that the stack is a thing that they are able to use. Pretty sweet. Played the PTQ winning Niv to Light deck, 4-1, 4-1. Stopped 1-2 in the last league. I played against Niv to Light twice in a league I played last night. And I was not expecting it at all. But it looked really good right now. So alright. Good old War Marshal, eh? That's a really good pickup. Opponent making sure, yet again, that we know the stack is a part of Magic. Dogfish, how's it going? Yeah, we're trying to mess up some goblins. We won game 1 behind a Battle Rage Scourge through a Sling Gang. We'll see how game 2 goes. I'm assuming it's going to depend on how good this Kozilek's return is. The old turn 3 Aether Vial, you say? Alright. So, am I Seal of Firing this War Marshal just to clean up the board? Is that bad? I think I'm going to hold on to it. So between the Kozilek's return and the Seal of Fire, I can cover their board pretty well. I just want to make sure I don't get, like, comboed out by something. Krona, Modern Prelims, here we go. You're playing in the prelim? Good luck if you are. Well, my thought here is I just want to keep this Seal of Fire to like protect me from some combo possibility here. So I think I'm just going to return in response to this. Swipe away all these little gobos. Benz, I got you. I don't get to do the one I was planning on, but I've got a sweet one. I thought that the package I was waiting for had shown up, but it hasn't yet. But I got a good one for you. Cronin starts in 2 hours, 15 minutes. Nice. What are you planning on playing? Anything spicy? Anything Death Shadowy? Alright. So we'll go ahead and Seal of Fire the Munitions Expert with the trigger on the stack. That way we get to keep our Swift Spear around. Good draws are good. Kevin, how's it going? I'm still laughing about that Tron picture. I hope you know. Keyboard having an aneurysm. I mean, keyboards be like that sometimes, right? They get a little moody and just don't feel like functioning. I would play Death Shadow, but I don't have my list on Magic Online. I'm playing Dredge. Dredge. Saw Sodek getting roughed up pretty hard last night on Dredge. All right, opponent. I'm going to attempt to hit you for a lot on my turn. What have you got to stop me from hitting you for a lot? EE. So let's think. If I just Battle Rage here. This is 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. If I EE for 0, pop it Battle Rage, then it's 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So let's see what happens. Ooh. Calm down, desk. So let's go Battle Rage here. See if opponent has figured out the line yet. Pop EE on 0. Have you on my TV, and that echoed throughout my living room. So it was like the corner of the desk is it's got these little like round inserts. Yeah, Pony, you already passed that block step. You are dead. DED, dead. Yeah, I can't really show it since it's down below, but it's like got a little groove in the bottom, and the top has a little metal like column that fits into that slot, and it must have like I must have bumped it or something and popped it up out of that slot, and it just like fell back in. I was not expecting it. I don't even know when I would have like knocked it up, but yeah, that's what happened. Oh, Ben's, the reveal for you. How about these bad boys? Some YW Tang Beauty Gurmag anglers. And if you want to see them in live action, you can. Let's see. Can we find it? Yeah. Look at all these fishy boys about to show up. Wait for it. Wait for it. Ooh. Ooh. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. How many anglers can we have in one match against Affinity? Alright. Enough of that. Steven, how's it going? We are currently going into match number 2. We won match number 1, 2-0 over Goblins. Just got trophy number 5 with Rakdos again. Killing it. I mean, whenever you're ready for me to just hand over the stream, I can. Just give me the word. Kick me out. Kick me to the curb. Steam Vents, Swift Spear. So it feels a little prowessy. Could be anything, but feels a little prowessy. I think I'm going to pass here. Holding up this Blood Crypt, like, kind of disincentivizes them from just going for it. If they've got some, like, absurd damage output line. If I'd gone for Thoughtseize, they might be inclined to really push through damage this turn, and I don't want to get too aggressive with my life total since I don't have a Battle Rage. But I assume this is like a light up the stage. Never mind, what do I know? Vapor Snag. Ooh. So if I fetch and shock for a Tarmogoyf, and they Vapor Snag my Tarmogoyf, I'm going to 12, 11 off the snag, at least 7 off the 2 Swift Spears. They'd have 3 cards in hand. I guess what I gotta do here is just play out a shadow, say go. They'll get to... Am I just dead here? They Vapor Snag this. I go to 9. Prowess. Lava Dart me to 8. Prowess. Lava Dart me to 7. Prowess. They're attacking for 8, so yeah. I'm just dead. See, my mill opponent just scooped me from when they had lethal. So many sloppy plays for me. It's a huge roller coaster. Who knew it would only take you 30 days of Death Shadow to turn into a modern Terminator? It's been a great thing to do. Just getting on the grind and improving my mental game has done wonders for sure. Right. Like, I think that's a very underrated part of Magic. Is the mental side of it. Like, just getting yourself to a point where you don't feel like the low lows are hurting you as much. Alright, what am I trimming? Yeah, 1 Crux is fine. Like, you need to be able to fire up a league and just not care about 0-5ing it. Helps clear your mind to make sharper plays and stay motivated to grind. Right. Like, I think a lot of it comes down to looking at Magic as a body of work and not looking at it in specific time increments, or small time increments, I should say. Like being able to go back over spreadsheets and say, all right, I've got a 68% win rate with Grixis over the last 8 months does a lot more for me than saying, oh, I've got a 48% win rate with Grixis over the last 3 weeks. Like, in the long run, those 3 weeks don't matter. But I feel like as Magic players, we often look at that and say, well, I've got a 48% win rate with Grixis right now. I can't play the deck at all. And it's like, no, it's just been a rough spot. It's just been a snag here. I was outing my Grixis win rate on stream recently. It's been terrible. All right. In a typical Prowess mirror fashion, we're going to focus on getting their dudes off the board. Mainly because when our last guy falls, we get access to Luris. So, kind of hoping that's the point we get to. Like, as soon as we get this Soul Scar dead, they're not really representing a lot of damage output. What do we got, opponent? I'm really just kind of hoping they go, I don't know, land, double dart the Swift Spear. I'm like trying to get my opponent into a point where they cast a spell here. And I get to respond by killing this. Like if they go to for an end of turn Lava Dart on my Swift Spear. And I get to respond by Fatal Pushing this. Or if they start off with a Manamorphose here before they play their land. Just something to where they don't get a free Lava Dart on this Swift Spear. Dart me, light up the stage. Roiling Vortex. All right, then. That is indeed a magic card. Alright. So whenever a player casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast that spell, deals 5 damage to that player. Beginning of each player's upkeep, Rolling Vortex deals 1 damage to them. So what you're saying is, don't lure us into a Mishra's Bauble. Got it. Go. Just tap 1 mana for your bauble. Easy. If I had a mana for the bauble, we could talk about that. But, see, I'm kind of missing part of that equation. Drawing natural blood crypts plus swamp has been a little awkward here. Opponent having trouble finding a removal spell for Luris. Dart me, light up the stage. It took 5 off of darting me. Oh, I didn't even realize this was symmetrical. Oh my god. I'm crying. I had no idea on that. Alright, so yeah, we can just bolt this for free, right? Because they can't even mutagenic because they just kill themselves. So funny. Well, Thoughtseize for the information in case, like, they happen to have brought something else in that messes us up. Oh, man. Yeah, we had them dead like 10 different ways. We could have dismembered the Stormwing, bolted upstairs, and attacked. We could have... whatever. It was just funny. Like, I had no idea that card was symmetrical. I totally thought it was one-sided. On the draw, a little more interested in the Inquisition as opposed to the Croxa, because I'd like to be able to take a turn 2 Manamorphose to stop a Stormwing entity. Yeah, that was pretty great. Like, we could have gotten back Swift Spear, bolted the Stormwing, killed them. There's a bunch of stuff. Alright. I'm usually really high on hands that have an answer to Stormwing Entity. Because that card's just a nightmare to deal with. This deck doesn't play a Stomping Ground, does it? Nope. See, McJazzerton, I'm playing a tournament this Friday, and the only deck I'm expecting to face for sure are one Jund player and a few Burn players. What Shadow variant would you suggest? For Jund and Burn, I'd probably go Grixis, or like 4 colors really good with like Veil of Summer, stuff like that. But Grixis is typically going to give you access to like Snapcaster and Stubborn Denial that are both really good in those matchups. And Gurmag Angler is really tough for both of those decks to get off the board. Alright, so I want to draw a second land. I don't want to turn on Spectacle on my opponent's turn. So what's more important to me? Is it getting the second land, or is it preventing Spectacle? Probably second land. So Swamp on top. Big sad for not having big or Stomping Ground in the deck. I can't get it off Polluted Delta, but it would give me some fetch lines. Am I keeping Swamp? Yeah. I can kind of see what they do to decide if I'm fetching or not. All right. I'm going to prioritize keeping my ways of answering Stormwing live. What I mean is having access to Terminate here, I think, is more important than having the Overgrown Tomb for Tarmogoyf. Bench, how's it going? We're currently in match number 2 of First League with Jund. Yeah, I'm just going to play Swift Spear and attack. I could let him scry first, but I'd really rather him put scry creatures to the top other than spells. And I feel like if he knows that the Stormwing is dead when he's scrying, he's more likely to put creatures or prioritize creatures, which I have covered. I don't want him putting like bolts to the top thinking that the Stormwing's living. He did scry 2 to the bottom anyway. Ooh. Ooh. Don't say, deck. You don't say. I want to play this one. I want to play the big guy. You're good. Can't 5-0 with 4-color traverse. I've had so many matches with 4-color traverse lately that have started off, or leagues that have started off 3-0 and ended 3-2. Like, it seems every other league I start with that deck just so hot falls off. Yeah, like in theory, 4 colors should be pretty well positioned. Like, oh, you get the Clock of Jund Shadow mixed with the Disruption of Grixis or the Stubborn Denials. Like, what more could you want? The old Bedlam Reveler. We have different configuration though. You need 4 Gore Clan Rampager for the 4-1. That's what's getting me over the hump is not enough Gore Clan Rampagers. Who knows? Maybe it is. Maybe that's the secret sauce I'm missing. By attacking with the Swift Spear. I don't think so. Like, I want to make them point a burn spell at the Swift Spear. I Sharpie and tally marks on my paper Gore Clan when I get a kill with it. That's pretty fantastic, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, I did play Gore Clan in my Jund list last night because I boarded, or I took out all of the traverses before I started the league, and I forgot to take out the Gore Clan. But if anybody ever asks me my preferred Shadow variant, I have to tell them Grixis, because you get access to these. So pretty. So pretty. Alright, opponent, don't have double bolt, please. Okay. Is your last card a Spell Pierce? It is not. And I believe you die. So your 2 cards cannot be land, bolt, bolt. Hey, right on time. Oh, is this Vapor Snag? Yep. Let's see. Yeah, I saw the message about showing the 4-color list, and I will right after this match. I'm not planning on fetching up a tapped Overgrown Tomb here because I don't want to be dead to Bolt plus Flash. Or they got 2 darts in the yard. Never mind. So I'm dead even if I fetch. Or if I don't fetch. I was going to say I didn't want to be dead to Bolt Flashback Dart. Alright, good start. No bolt, no bolt, no bolt, no bolt, no bolt. That kills me. They do have double Lava Dart in the yard. Ugh. God. Oh, Sprite Dragon, why you do this? Oh, share 4-color list. Not that one. This is closer to my current list. The only things I'm really still messing around with is Collect Roof is completely dependent on how popular Tron and Hammer Time are. Pithing Needle's been kind of a test card at the moment, just seeing how it is. Like, a lot of these are in response to seeing huge amounts of Tron recently. In the main, pretty standard for what I usually run. Could also move like a trophy to the board, add an extra Inquisition to the main. Something like that. Drown in the Lock. I've played Drown in the Lock. I like the card, but again, some of these choices were because of a huge uptick in Tron recently. And Drown in the Lock's pretty bad against Tron. But I can, like, link that to a Stream Decker or something. Yeah, no problem. If you need, like, a link to the list, I can make one, share it in chat. Actually, I'll just go ahead and do that anyway. I would love to play first, but I would love to link this list firster. I think we gotta ship this. This is better. Alright, so here is the link to the 4-color list. We're just ditching push. Let's see. I'll miss Once Upon a Time, turn 1 Delirium with Fetch Wraith Mishra once. I do miss Once Upon a Time quite a bit. I absolutely loved that card. If we're just playing Seal of Fire, there's not really a huge reason to fire off Mishra's Bauble yet. I hated that card. With that being said, I played 4 of them. So I went to the SCG Invitational, not this past December, but the December before, when Once Upon a Time was legal in Pioneer. And the very first round, as soon as they called to start the first round, there was just like an auditorium full of people saying, cast Once Upon a Time. And just like echoing through the entire hall because everybody in that room was on Once Upon a Time in some way or another. Alright, so I'm assuming Tectonic Edge means Eldrazi Tron and not Mono Green Tron. Drown is great in Grixis, but I'm not a fan of it in 4-color because it's just an awkward color combination in that mana base. It depends how you fetch. If you're fetching like Overgrown Tomb into Watery Grave more often than not, it's not too awkward. If you fetch Breeding Pool into Blood Crypt a lot, it's not too bad. So, Croxa, you say? What do you think about one of Cling to Dust? Do you consider cutting it for a 3rd Inquisition? I like the Cling to Dust. I think that it's got a really high amount of utility to it. For example, having access to it against Like, Dredge is huge. Having it against, any Croxa Luris deck is huge. Having it as a grindy card against Control, against Snapcaster decks. Like, I just think that there's a lot of time that you want the card, and I would rather have it and not use it than not have it and, like, severely want it. See, Matter Shaper into Matter Shaper. Ren and 8, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Wednesday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you for stopping by and hanging out with us. Great name indeed. And John Clee, if I'm saying it wrong, please correct me. MTG, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you as well are having a fantastic Wednesday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. What up, boys? This is Gold Sabertooth. Oh, nice, nice. More Discord friends. You've heard of Ren and 6, but wait, there's more. Alright, opponent, just get a blast zone. Be nice about it. Sometimes you just have to, like, encourage your opponent to get the blast zone. Or they just have Tron. Karn for bridge. Boo. Boo. I have my own Discord. Oh no, it is not my Discord. It's Grimflayer's Discord. Interesting. What do I think of Green-Black Yawgmoth? I think it's a really sweet deck. I haven't played it very much, so I can't give too much insight. Alright. Just like Bolt Karn, play a Shadow. I would want to add Luris to my hand there and start getting that going. Like Luris Seal of Fire. But I don't think I can risk my opponent being able to just Karn for like a Walking Ballista there for free. Oh, I see. I thought that's where you trash talk Bench Summer playing bad Shadow decks. I trash talk Bench Summer playing bad Shadow decks right here, live on the channel, Monday through Friday, 2 o'clock to whatever time we finish. I trash talk myself playing bad Shadow decks. It's like all is dust. A little scared. There's this Ballista. They just didn't realize they were tapping an odd number of mana. Come on, opponent, shoot me in the face. I dare you. Dang. Birthing Pod would be nice in that Yawgmoth deck. Birthing Pod would be insane in that deck. I just want to get Luris. You got it. Got a Reality Smasher to go with it. I could get back Croak's no, because they're just going to blast zone, right? Maybe Croxa triggers are how I get there. Like, I think it all comes down to having my opponent brick for a turn or two. Or 4. All right. So we go Luris plus Seal. They've got Dismember for the Luris, but they do have to pay 4 life for it. Like, I'd be casting Croxa into Chalice. I wouldn't get a trigger off of it. Unfortunately, he's still the big 2 CMC. Oh, Chalice is covered up. Sorry. Bam. Got you. Otherwise, yes, I would absolutely go that route. But what I'm gonna do here is try to set up like Dismember on Luris. That way, any burn spell off the top is lethal. Or are they just going to tick up Blast Zone for Luris? It's probably the better play. Oh, you're right. It does kill Bridge. I don't think they realize it. I don't think they realize it. Tron land, okay. They 100% don't realize it. No. It's okay, but I guess now they got this awkward blast zone on 2 or on 3. Smasher. You got it. It's not quite gonna do it. You got it, opponent. How many Scourge do you play? Maybe we could win with a kick Scourge. We've got 4 Scourges in the deck. So that is absolutely a possibility. And now we're 1 mana off of doing it. Opponent, why you gotta be like this? Alright. Scourge, Lightning Bolt. What else is in our main deck that can kill them? We've got a K command in the main. So we've got 2 bolts, K command, 2 Scourges. Oh, go away. Plus, like, Fatal Push is a live draw. So we can at least, like, Fatal Push this Thought Knot Seer. That one. Alright. Eldrazi Tron. K Command. Terminator. Great. EE. Yeah. Wildfire is a possibility. Trim on some pushes. Trim on an Inquisition. Maybe just something like that. I guess I probably want the EE. Just like maximize my outs to Ensnaring Bridge. Let's see what happens. It's slow. It's got some pop to it. That's pretty good. Dismember. Snaring bridge is for cowards. I mean, I'm not disagreeing. Not disagreeing at all. Does my Tron opponent have Nat, or my Eldrazi Tron opponent have Nat Tron? Alright, fetch land off the top one time. Almost. It's almost a fetch land. Karn, all is dust, Reality Smasher. I'm just taking a Karn here. Yeah, I think I am. I'd rather fight through only one Karn than two Karns. Like Grandpappy always said. Tech Edge. Hit me with that Reshaper. Yep. I'm gonna go and get like a Worm Coil. Is going to get the Ensnaring Bridge. Alright. Eldrazi Temple. So they are a land off of All is Dust. Or they have Blast Zone. Karn exiled my Grandpappy. Oh, man. Karn got my Grandpappy banned from Modern. Alright. Blast Zone really is just rude, isn't it? Alright, so they've got these and one unknown. So they can go Temple Bridge, Temple Reality Smasher, Tron Land, sure. I cannot double Thoughtseize. I have to single Thoughtseize though because I'm just dead to All Is Dust next turn. Can we get an explanation point Goif in the chat? Here, I got you. Like, we still have Seal of Fire in the deck. We can get up to the 8/9 Tarmogoyf. We have the technologies. Or we die. Or we die. Bridge, sure. One, two, three. Goif can't attack. Am I Croaksing here? So they play a big ballista. IEE, blow it up. Alright, so that gives us our answer to Ensnaring Bridge. So I could get... No, I still have to just... EE on 0, blow up Ballista. See. Yeah, Kevin, they ticked Blast Zone up to 3, but never popped it. So we just had to, like, sit there and draw go for a few turns, and eventually we hit a bolt and killed them. You got it. You have got it. All right. Unfortunate, but okay. I'm just going to play to the board for a couple turns, or for a turn. Try to set up a spot where I can, into their turn, pop Ensnaring Bridge. Am I getting back Croxa here? I think I am. Trying to keep as many card types in my yard. So if my opponent just has, like, some way to nuke one of our yards, my goyfs stay as thick as possible. They don't grab Blast Zone. They grab Mine. So that's good to know if we go to a game 3. It means it looks like they're only playing one Blast Zone. So they've got Mine, Power Plant in hand. Tech Edge me, sure. Alright. So let's say I K-command the bridge. And 2 to them. Put them to 15. And attack all. What does that look like? I'm attacking for 14, 20 with a 3 trigger. So they'd be at 12. They'd have to block multiple things. So they would have to sack their entire board to block. And we give them 1 blind top deck. Yeah. So let's go. Destroy an artifact. 2 to you. Attack with everything. Kroxa discards Power Plant. And now they have to block 2 things. And you've got 1 blind draw to kill me. That doesn't do it. Props to opponent for tapping Temple in that tower, though. I see what you did there. I was almost mad at it, but I see what you did there. Oh my god, if that had been a smasher, I would have just left. You would have seen me get up from the computer and make a pace around the room. But it wasn't. We're good. Alright, what do we got for match number 4? Green-black rock with Bone Picker and mainboard Chalice. I've played against a deck like that before. It's been a while. Oh. Any second land lets us Tarmogoyf. Alright. Someone played me in a league with green-black rock with main deck Chalice. Ugh. Somebody wasn't a fan of fun. What do we got? Are we getting Force of Negation? Heliod. Alright, so let's take Utopia Sprawl, so they're not doing anything until turn 3, hopefully. And we can double Thoughtseize to take like Heliod plus Skyclave Apparition. And then we've got Dismember for Spike Feeder. I'd really like them to play Land Pass and us top deck second land that gets a black source, which I think everything in the deck gets a black source. But no such luck. Please don't main deck Veil of Summer me. Drew another forest, sure. So let's take Heliod first. We're just going to take everything. Opponent, I'm going to remove everything you hold dear in this world. Literally all of it. It's all mine. Every last bit of it. The old walking ballisti, eh? How do I play against rock? With Dredge? Or with, like, Shadow? So that's two very different answers. With Dredge, I would say you, just Dredge a lot. I think, like, Scavenging Ooze is really their only good interaction for you. Or against you. So ask your opponent really nicely to not resolve a Scavenging Ooze. Got you. Do they have main deck relics or something? Alright. Yeah, we're just going to play Scourge here. Believe this is fine. Yeah. You won game one. There you go. Easy. Matchup's a buy. Modern's a buy. Their cards are Walking Ballista, Unknown. That's a good draw for us. So, how dead or alive is our opponent? So unfortunately, if we Teamer Battle Rage a Scourge with a Heliod out, we don't live. So how do I need to do this? If I bolt the Mentor... I guess I can see if they block, how they block, before I make any decisions. Because if they go like lifelink the Mentor, they just die. All it takes is letting your opponent mess up severely. So are they dead off this? Let's double check. So if I Battle Rage the Scourge, Dismember the Mentor, yes. Well, they would gain 2 from the Mentor. They'd go up to 16. Scourge would become a 4. First Strike would hit, put them down to 12. Scourge would become an 8. And then 8 from the Scourge plus... Or no, they don't gain life off dismembering the Mentor. Yeah. Because it's last known information. That Mentor is a 0/0. Booyah. Alright. Game 2. Kozilek's returns in. Terminate in. Okay, commands okay. It's not great, but... Can, like, trim on some Scourges. They're a little awkward. Trim on a Swift Spear because of Oriok Champion. Do I want to trim on 3 Swift Spears, or is that too many? Or not 3 Swift Spears, 3 Scourges. You want to keep a couple. Even if it's awkward, it is like one of my beefier threats. I kind of need that. All right. We're just going to go highest upside potential. Lead on Inquisition here, because if they have Veil of Summer, I'd rather them Veil the Inquisition than the Thoughtseize. Alright. Second land. Not quite. Well, they get second land. That's not fair. And second company. Choosing to leave the companies because it's not guaranteed to hit something live. But if they Skyclave my Skyclave Apparition my Shadow, the rest of my hand just like literally doesn't do anything. Pendlehaven allows our opponent to combo with Walking Ballista without needing the extra damage. Or the extra mana to make it a 4-power creature. The extra mana to make it a 2-counter 4 CMC creature. They can make a 1/1 Ballista, activate Heliod on it, or Pendlehaven it, and go off from there. Okay. Step 1, get a shadow online, complete. Step 2, have my opponent not combo off on me. Not really complete. So go Ballista for 1, sure. Okay, activate Heliod to give it lifelink. And we push a kill shadow, sure. Nice. I'll go ahead and crack the bauble now, because if I draw into like a dismember, I'd really like access to it on my opponent's turn. I need them to not have a 6th land. Alright. Warrior Champion trigger. Yep. Give it lifelink. Sure. Uh-oh. Yeah, so now we're dead because they get to untap and like respond to us or activate Heliod on the Ballista. We go to bolt, they respond by activating Heliod, and we die from there. Alright, game 3. I don't... On the play, Swiss Spear is actually a little bit better. Which ironically makes Scourge a little bit better. Let's see. Missed a follow. Krona1334, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Wednesday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. High functioning medium. Michael, you look sad. I want you to know you're still my hero. I wouldn't say I'm sad at all. Like, just deep in contemplation about sideboarding choices, but I appreciate it. It's very kind of you to say. All right. Swift Spear into Tarmogoyf into K return. See what happens. And opponent mold to 6. All right. You're our only hope. Dito's doing real life or something. I thought he was playing leagues on here with like Tron and the Omnath pile deck. Could have sworn people had run into him recently. All right. Am I supposed to just return this Auriok champion? I feel like I'm not. Like, I think I'm supposed to wait until next turn. Gonna get super rewarded by like this second Auriok champion. Something else here. It's pretty good. All right. Let's see. Oh, hey, Heliod Company was talking about this deck earlier. One of a couple decks that hard beats Dredge. I mean, there's a lot of decks that just fold to like infinite life, right? And Dredge is pretty high up on the list. Hey, did you know it's really hard to beat Auriok Champion? What design? I mean, just play non-red-black cards, right? Who plays red-black decks in Constructed? Psh. This deck clearly just needs to be flashing in more Ambush Vipers. That's how you beat them. Heliod out here just farming all the Bogles players. Nah, don't be silly. Jerry T, color pie all day, no remorse. Agreed completely. Jerry T plays the kind of Magic that I aspire to play one day. List on 2. Okay. I've seen scarier. Lucky for our opponent, we didn't have double lightning bolt there. So I'm shipping away a shadow because I think I need to draw like a fatal push. Like push or lightning bolt, something that I can interact with. His addiction to Rakdos is inspiring and troubling all at the same time. His addiction to just like red-black X. Whether it be Pyromancer shenanigans or Jund shenanigans. Okay. Did opponent like just really keep a terrible hand because it had Auriok Champion? It's kind of what it feels like here, right? The awkward, silent wait. Sure. How many lands do I play? It seems like you're often flooded. This particular list, I believe, is 18? 19. Usually, like, 18 is pretty middle of the road for a lot of decks like this. I actually prefer going on the lighter side and running 17 more often than not. Okay. So if I go Luris, Bauble, Trigger Prowess, Thoughtseize, Trigger Prowess, Dismember the Ballista. Are they just dead? Spaz696969, thank you so much for the follow and coming in with the tier 1 subscription. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Stubscribers, where you get access to all of our beautiful custom channel emotes. Let me throw a couple of those. Sorry for interrupting. Why would anybody ever apologize for a sub? I don't want to dismember first because I want my Swift Spears to grow outside of Ballista range because I'm trying to kill them this turn. So yeah, I want to lead with Luris and then Bobble. I was in the middle of thinking out a huge line. I mean, huge is subjective, right? Like, I'm really hoping this is just Veil of Summer. I respond by dismembering the Luris. Or I guess it's... I hope it's let Prowess triggers resolve Veil of Summer. Oh no. So they did. They just kept a really bad hand because it had Auriok Champion and probably like Ranger Captain. So this takes me down to 5, which means I'm not dead to the Ballista shooting me in the face. Yeah, like I just wanted the Prowess triggers before I casted the Dismember so that they couldn't just turn around and go like, yeah, I'm going to Ballista down one of your attackers and you're going to not die. Especially if one of their last 2 cards was like a Veil of Summer. Alright, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. Here's the list. So if you've got questions, comments, concerns, feel free to drop them in the chat and I'll check them out as soon as I get back. And then we will finish this league. Alright. What do we got? Degenerate deck first. Kind of degenerate deck. Jund Shadow is no gentleman Jund, that's for sure. No argument there. Turn that life loss into advantage. We try. Never thought Swisser would push itself into bannable territory. Where's Steven when you need the commentary over the video? Is Monastery Swiftspear too good for Modern? See, I guess Degenerate is somewhat relative to the format and relative to what Modern is capable of. Shadow's a bit tame in comparison, in my opinion. Maybe that's less true after the bannings. Like, I guess the axis on which Shadow operates kind of keeps it from being degenerate, because you have decks like Dredge that operate in a way that's atypical of the normalized perception of how Magic games should play out. For example, they primarily use the graveyard instead of the battlefield to fuel their game plan, and thus they're able to be more easily hated out by things that just attack the graveyard. The downside is things that attack the graveyard typically aren't effects that you want to have like in the main deck, and therefore you're giving up a decent bit of game one percentages to those decks, where Shadow is operating on that life total loss, which for the most part is exploitable by a lot of decks in Modern just playing their base game plan. No. Opponent was too afraid of the shadows. Let's see. Just saw some Legacy games today. Rarely watch Legacy. It's diverse and so much less stressful or oppressive. Well, I mean, it's less oppressive because the answers are more general, right? Like, force of will, being able to police the format kind of stops any degeneracy from occurring. Oh, we got Yama Killer. Nice. This hand is weird. Opponent has revealed Luris. They're probably on like a Jund Scourge variant. So I think I want to ship this. This is significantly better. I'd consider Gentleman Jund less gentlemanly than Jund Death Shadow. I don't know if they were like trying to decide if they were attacking or what there. So it's going to be a war of who's got the last threat standing. And we're both sitting here with one lander. It's like, what are we doing? Oh. Alright. Let's see, I don't think... When Luris eventually gets banned, how will you change the deck? Well, a lot of the Shadow variants, like, don't change much. like 4 color just drops a single copy of Lurrus from the main. Grixis wasn't running Lurrus anyway, so you're not really changing anything. The Rakdos variants change a little bit, but it's probably more like add Street Wraith in the main than it is too many other changes. Like, I don't think that that Lurrus is in that same category of like ban-worthy cards when you compare it to Omnath, or not Omnath, Uro, Field of the Dead, stuff like that. So it's hard to come up with like a real solid reason as to why it should be banned. Alright. So I've got to start fighting through this removal eventually. Sure. They can seal a fire themselves and play a shadow if they want. And now I get to K command, kill the shadow, make them discard. So their hand is 2 fatal pushes. So let's get rid of one of those. And play out this shadow that should hopefully eat the second one. Best case scenario would be what? That's fine. I think I'd rather get back Kroxa here. All right. Or Steven, are you watching Yama's side of it? That's pretty funny. Wow, Yama's playing blue and white for Teferi in the sideboard. God, they always next level me. Yeah. Looks good. So he's got to be sitting on Veil of Summer, right? Oh, gone. All right. Tarmogoyf, sure. I just never think about Veil of Summer because I never play decks where it matters. I wish that were the case for all of us. Alright, what's my plan here? Fetch land. Scourge. You have the follow-up Shadow. Let's see, we go. They have no creatures in their yard, so Scourge shrinks Goyf. They've got instant sorcery, artifact, land. So most of this doesn't matter. I'm actually going to exile the Veil of Summer so that hopefully he doesn't think about it. Lures to hand, okay. Oof. The second Veil of Summer comes in. Oh, man. That was rough. I'm sorry, Yama. Oh, I'm so sorry, Yama. Alright, so what do we think about that league? Huh. I gotta watch Yama's VOD. That was hilarious. Deal. I want to go over there and tell him good game, but I don't want to sound like a dick for having multiple Veil of Summers. All right, back to the league. So we wanted to test out Cleansing Wildfire, which didn't come up at all that game or that match, that league. Yeah, I don't think we boarded in Wildfires at all that league. So, yeah, that could have been better. But we didn't run into Tron at all. Or we boarded them in against Eldrazi Tron. And I don't remember. We won the match, and I don't think Cleansing Wildfire really mattered at all. I still feel like with these Jund variants that Lightning Bolt is and Swift Spear is Like, this part of the deck just feels so underpowered, and you're only playing it to enable this over here. Like, I guess to me, I just don't see that part being worth it. It does enable Scourge, but we saw multiple times that league where we had to go like turn 1 bolt you, turn 1 seal of fire you to turn on Scourge. We also saw multiple times that league where Scourge was stuck in hand and we just couldn't do anything. And like all of those scenarios, Scourge is really, really not good. So I really wonder if it's worth playing like 8 or in this case 9 subpar slots to try to enable Scourge or try to enable Lurrus as our companion. Like, so for comparison's sake, this is the Jund Shadow list that I've been kind of toying around with and had a lot of fun with. Whatever you consider fun is a basis for competitive play. Turn 1 discard, turn 2 Goyf, still better than turn 1 bolt into turn 2 Scourge. I agree completely. Like 1000% agree. So, like I was saying, this is kind of what I've been messing around with, except I'm usually running some number of Traverse the Ulvenwald. But like Bloodbraid gives you a really nice ability to 2-for-1 later in the game. I wonder if there's a traditional Jund kind of shell that adds shadow into the mix for the clock. Kind of like the old school Jund Shadow lists. They were running like Liliana's and going a little bigger. Let's go back to 2018. We got to go farther back than that. We got to go 2017. Liliana's only good against Shadow. Don't play it. I mean, I agree. Like, there's a reason it's not in the deck, right? Ren is too strong not to play. I'm always underwhelmed by Ren because, like, it's a card that I don't care about in the mirror. So I'm usually thinking, oh, well, why would anybody else actually care about it? It's a cool card. I don't know if we have enough, like, reason to play it. Usually my opinion of Ren is it's good when the -1 has text. And I feel like at the moment the -1 doesn't have much text. Alright, so the old school Jund Shadow. Gore Clan, Traverse, Liliana. 4 Tar Fire. Only 1 Battle Rage. That's wild. And then sideboard into the white. Agreed regarding Ren and 6. Agreed that it's too good, or agreed that it's not good enough. It's not a must answer 2-drop. 4 turns later becomes a threat, but you already die by that time. If not, then it's good. Right. I think Ren and 6 shines best in mana fixing 4-color, 5-color piles. Probably true. Or like Jund, actual Jund, where you can pair it with Liliana the Veil. Alright, so we're going to make a couple adjustments here, and I'm going to run this through a league. I want Ren and 6 when taxes is everywhere. I agree that the down tick is irrelevant mostly at the moment. Exactly. Like, I think when Ren and 6, you always know what you're getting with the +1. But when you get the added value of the -1, that's when the card just, like, skyrockets in value to me. How am I boarding around? So when I have been messing around with this list the most, it's been something like this. Find a couple spots here and there to shake things up. Really liked Veil of Summer, that league. Like, how far down this old school Shadow list do we want to go? Like, cut Blood Braids, add whatever back into the deck. Back in my day, Bloodbraid Elf was still banned. Back in my day, we had to walk 15 miles to the card store. Uphill both ways. Plague Mare. I played that card briefly before Plague Engineer came around. Played a bit with Bloodbraid Elf. Didn't like it in the deck. I've liked it. Like, yeah, Bloodbraid Elf into Bauble feels bad the same way that, like, Bloodbraid Elf into an empty-handed Thoughtseize or Inquisition feel bad. But I feel like there's a large number of games where you just, like, want the 2-for-1 effect. If we want to try it without Bloodbraid, we can. I'm not, like, married to the card by any means. Multiple Luris. Does the mana base still work? You got more cantrips, but colors. The mana base is typically pretty fine. Like, we could add second Blood Crypt over second Tomb. Or we got Stomping Ground. We're not too worried about the color fixing. If we had more impactful 3s to make Bloodbraid Elf hit better on average, I'd be for it. So let's see. What if we... God. I feel like there's a few little spots here and there that I'm just so iffy on. Alright. I'm going to play the way that I originally intended it. And we're going to see how it goes. And if it's just, like, absolutely terrible, we can make adjustments, and that's fine. But, like, I originally made it to beat up on things like blue-white. Alright. Let's just see how it goes. Play with a fun one of. Alright. What's our fun one of? Oh wait, are we just doing like complete Jund meme pile? Because we can do that. Do we want to do Jund meme pile? Do we need to do a poll to know if we're doing Jund meme pile? You mean regular Jund? Oh, savage. What is Call the Death Dweller? Is that the 5 mana, like, get back a 3/2/1 card? 3 mana, return up to 2 target creature cards with total CMC 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Put a death touch counter on either of them. Then put a menace counter on either of them. So we're putting a Call of the Death Dweller in here. Alright. I gotta go get a Call of the Death Dweller. Make sure I got some ticks tradable. Alright, so... Can't believe I'm getting a Call of the Death Dweller. I forgot this card even existed. Are y'all in collusion? Is that what's going on here? Matt, I see your Hidetsugu's second right there. Or second right comment there. Oh, Huntmaster. Oh. Just imagine, you're below 10, your opponent's at 15. You hit them with a battle-raged Scourge of the Skyclaves. They go down to 10, and then you're like, whoa. Whoa, before normal combat damage. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go hard on Traverse. So let's go Properties, Traverse, Overload. Okay. So let's... I don't think we want 4 Traverses. I think 3 is fine. But we're going to have a bunch of 1-ofs. It's going to be something. So we can shave some lightning bolts. Call of the Death Dweller. Oh, man. Alright, we've got Call of the Death Dweller. Sexy Hexy. Sexual Hexual. Alright, so we've got 1 Hex Drinker, 1 Kroxa, 1 Scourge, 1 Lurrus, 1 Bloodbraid. Alright, the last main board Traverse target can either be Dark Confidant or... Oh... Highlander Shadow or No Balls. Can I suggest a card that is multiple card types and is also an all-star in the format? Obviously you mean Hex Parasite, right? Modern staple Hex Parasite. Vintage All-Star / Panther. / Panther. Guys, it's a really long run. Alright, are there any other just like over the top 1-of targets that we can come up with? Like, we haven't even gotten to the sideboard part yet. This is going to be equally as fantastic. Little Mama Emmy. Oh, please no. So we're going to have a Yixlid Jailer. Cut one of these spell bombs. A Collector Oof for Tron. Naturally. That Huntmaster we picked up. Oh, we didn't put Gore Clan in the main. So I gotta cut, what, just a bolt for Gore Clan? Straight up 1 for 1. Hex Parasite. Oh, Plague Engineer's staying. That's for sure. Alright, this is what we got. Or do we want to add a Grim Flare? That's the last one I might consider. Need more fetchables. We got 2 Blood Crypt, Overgrown Tombs, Stomping Ground, Forest, Swamp. How many fetchables do we need? Like, I would almost argue we've got too many fetchables. Grimflayer in his honor. Bless us. For my Inquisition, sure. Alright. This is what we got. I gotta stop somewhere. Oh, I guess we do need ways to make sure Delirium's online. Seal of Fire. Unfortunately. Just over a push. Do I have to run a tar fire? God, I hate these cards so much. We're going to run one over at Battle Rage. Alright. This is it. This is... this is what we're doing with our lives. Oh, man. Modern Jun Shadow. Traverse. What's a good... what's a good stream title? Traverse Toolbox. That's too boring. We need something more spicy, more exciting. Eyes of the Wizened. God, I hate you so much. You know I love this magic card. No, do I not have any? No. Alright, we're going to get an Eyes of the Wizened. Hold on. Hold on. Hold that thought. Traverse stuff. Traverse, we couldn't find a better name. Without reading it, how many people in the chat know what Eyes of the Wizened does? Wrong answers only. You know what? 15 singleton sideboard. What else can we throw in here? Ooh, heck yeah. We got Hex Parasite, Phyrexian Revoker. Do I have a Phyrexian Revoker? I don't think I have a Phyrexian Revoker. Revoker. Cassiger. Now you're speaking my language. We'll see how much Kalidas is. I'll leave for one meeting. What the fuck are we doing and how do we get here? I wish I had a good answer for that. But I don't. I'm gonna skip out on the Kalidas. I don't have a good answer, like, at all. All I know is we couldn't decide on our value traverse targets, so we just decided all of them. Like, every last one. We've still got another spot. What is my last spot? I'll deal with Tracker. If we're going all in on Delirium, Grizzly Salvage, Brain Maggot, Courser, Liliana, Blight Beetle. Ooh, Blight Beetle. I forgot about that one. I forgot about Blight Beetle. Who's getting the cut? Sorry, Tracker. Alright. This is what we got. Export. Save. Yes. Stream Decker. Text. Upload. Traverse overload. Set as current. Constructed. So we've got to drop and rejoin. Junk Shadow, Traverse Overload. 100 playable points. Join. Go. I'm blaming all of you if this goes horribly, horribly wrong. Modern Junk Shadow. Testing Traverse and cards I found in my bulk box. Update. Play. Traverse with a twist. Twisted Traverse T. Testing with Traverse with a couple of silver bullets. Testing with Traverse and only silver bullets. I don't even know why we're running like the second, third, and fourth Shadow, honestly. Those could have been more singletons. Like Bench knows I've got singles in my area. Just waiting for a deck. Bye, Conti. Oh, man. It was funny. You know it was funny. I know it was funny. Like, okay, all I'm going to say is we spent that entire last league looking for good opening hands of Magic cards. We completely meme it up and we get like the best Shadow hand we've seen in 3 weeks. Like, what on earth? Alright, let's take a prime time. Say go. I never cared about a lightning bolt in my life. Let's get Blood Crypt, play Tarmogoyf. If I could tap correctly. Say go. This looks like a normal Shadow hand. I know, it's kind of terrible. Like, I don't want normal Shadow hands. I want broken, insanely powerful meme hands. But now I just like can't even play out my Scourge. Gotta channel the guileless energy for the league. I'm trying. Okay. This is good draw. So we're just going to give our opponent one draw step to kill us, or we're going to kill them, right? Bolt me in the face. You got it. Thought sees you. There's nothing. We cannot kill them this turn. Not entirely sure what they draw to live here, but yes, deck's perfect. So we just like drop now, right? We quit the league, we back out. The deck ends on an undefeated streak. Call it a day. We all go home, friends. All right. K-Command's great. Fulminator's great. Hex Parasite is actually surprisingly good here because the idea is we just want to combo kill our opponent with like a Battle Rage as quickly as we can. Anything else that we're particularly interested in? Phyrexian Revoker could be cool to stop. What's that 2-mana enchantment? Lands enter, gets counters, sack it. The Colony Heart Expedition. Got it. Wildfire, maybe. If there's just enough we want to drop. What's bad in our deck? Like literally nothing. Deck's perfect. Call of the Death Dweller seems rough. I don't know what to cut. Push bad. We could trim like a push. I want to have answers to Dryad to some extent. Let's trim Hex Drinker. Seems really slow. Do you want Trophy? I don't really like Trophy or what's it called in this matchup? Just because you're like trading a land for another land. Because everything else, like they've already gotten value off of it by the time you want a Trophy. Alright. Sweet. No Veil of Summer. All I've ever wanted out of life was for my opponent to not have Veil of Summers. Touché. Touché. All right. So, we could Thoughtseize our own Hex Parasite to be able to traverse for a shadow. We could Thoughtseize our K command to traverse for a shadow. Both of these are not really lines that I'm super interested in taking, but they're there. They're there. Yeah, I wasn't actually going to like Thoughtseize my Parasite. I just wanted to make sure I knew all of my available lines. Cavern of Souls naming Giant, as they do. My K commanding here. I guess I am, because Shadow's just going to be like a much better clock. So K command, turn Wraith, you discard. Discard a Garen Brig. Alright. Well, they already had a card in hand, so it didn't matter if I waited till draw step or not. Alright, so this is a shadow. Let's make sure with our 75 options that shadow is what we want to get. Fulminator Mage would be a fun one. But no, I think we're going to get shadow. So let's play you. We'll play out Hex Parasite, be mana efficient. No Titan. No Titan. It's not a Titan. That technically is a Titan. All right. I don't really want to fetch and just like leave myself dead to bolt. But is it worth it to get the Tarmogoyf down? Like, how much is it changing the clock? If I get basic Swamp Tarmogoyf, they don't have an active Valakut. Yeah, I think I'm down with the clock as well. I mean, we're just gonna peel the Battle Rage next turn anyway, so I don't know why I'm sitting here debating if something else is gonna happen. That's eventually a bolt. Alright, so if I get back Croaks, like I'm already dead to bolt, so what's the pain in being dead to extra bolt? Dead to land that's not second Valakut, forest, second Cavern of Souls, Blast Zone. And the answer is easy. Easy. Alright, now we drop from the league. Go do something else. We don't push our luck from here. Confirmed trash first best shadow deck. Not even close, honestly. Like, why did anybody think other variants were even playable? Missed a follow. Hellboy MPLS, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Wednesday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming around, hanging out, checking out some sweet Death Shadow action. I say sweet because, come on, traverse in as many one-mana spells as you can. Opponent didn't reveal a companion of any sort, so we're going in blind. It's Lundy Vision. So recently this has meant Storm. Could also be like a blue-red control. Basic island on top doesn't really tell us a lot. So, I'm going to take a guess. Go out on a limb. Really dig deep for options and say it might be Storm. I think I'm just going to take Manamorphose. Screenshot this now. What was I screenshotting? Like the fact that we were playing against Storm, or... Rawl's gone. Island's gone. Can you explain your decisions? I killed Baral because I don't want them to kill me. No. So I decided to take the Manamorphose because I had the push, the Dismember, the second Dismember that lined up really well against their mana dorks. And the thing I don't want right now is for my opponent to see more cards. Like, I'm beating their existing hand right now. So I want to focus on dealing with the things that I'm not beating, which is the potential top of their library. Never mind, too simple. I didn't look at hand. Here I am explaining things. Alright, did they go top or bottom with opt? Top, so they drew it. So I think I'm just getting second basic swamp and playing Kroxa. And like next turn I'll escape Kroxa. Or no, I don't have second basic swamp. Who made this mana base? That's terrible. Black red, Kroxa. We've got a little bit of a running joke that like the worst place to be against Storm is putting your Storm opponent with their back to the wall, because they'll just like draw some insane chains of spells to get out of it. Alright. So I get back Kroxa. They can repeal the Kroxa. And discard whatever they draw for repeal. I think that's worth it, honestly. Or they can choose to just discard the repeal. Like next turn I can go Kroxa plus Dismember, or if they play land, maybe it's Kroxa plus Lurrus to my hand. What did I say? What did I say? Don't put your Storm opponent with their back against the wall. Alright, so if I give them Ritual, they go 3-5. They can't kill me this turn. If I give them... If I give them Manamorphose Past in Flames. No, I want to get Past in Flames in the yard. Oh no, opponent, don't. Oh no, they kill us here because this is 5 off Past in Flames. I miscounted. Oh well, didn't matter. Let's see. Plague Engineer, great. Spell Bomb, alright. Veil is meh. Like, Veil's literally just for gifts, and I still usually feel like that's not enough. So that was absolutely a punt on my behalf that game. So I'll own up to it. Do I want Eyes of the Wisent? It's like good against an end of turn Solundi Visions or Gifts Ungiven. And that's like it. I feel like that's not enough reason to want it. Okay. Takes a big man to own up to their punts. I mean, when you punt on the regular, like, it's less of a big man scenario and more of just like a, I know I'm going to get called out for it if I don't. What on... Alright then. So, opponent's going to have all the mana they could ever want. Yeah, like, Yixla Jailer stops a flashback spell if the flashback spell is already in the yard, but it doesn't stop a Past in Flames that gets cast from starting new Past in Flames chains. It's a timestamp issue. Yixlid removes all of the abilities from cards that are in the yard already. It does not prevent new cards going to the yard or new spells or abilities from giving abilities to cards. Man, mana base is perfect. Inquisition. I think I'm okay with an Inquisition, because, like, I know it just gets to take a ritual, so it's not dead. I think I want to do it now, though. Like, I know this is burning a spell bomb, but I want to draw, like, actual gas with Confidant. That's a lot of rituals. That's, like, a lot of rituals. I don't know why you would main phase this. No. Not going to cycle this Street Wraith. To get the land drop. Maybe, but it kind of means like they can't do anything else that turn. Opponent just gained us 10 life. We didn't even have to play a shadow. So now we got to think of factorial life loss. So 1 plus 2 is 3, plus 3 is 6, plus 4 is 10, plus 5 is 15. So that's like our safe zone is 15 life, assuming they don't have any assuming they don't have any like cantrips into second way to lose life. So I can go Croxa. I just cast Grimflayer, go. Alright, opponent. That's a dead one. Alright. It's one desperate down. So now they've got 2 desperates and an unknown. 2 desperates down. Three desperates down. Is your last card of gifts? Why is it always a gifts? Raise your hand if you miss Stubborn Denial. Me, I miss Stubborn Denial. They could have spliced some of them. They did splice some of them. I think they spliced all of them. Alright. Alright. Gifts. That had to be gifts. That's okay. Jun Mean Pile will live again. So game one was definitely a pun on my part. Whoops. Game two, we had a good opener. We just like ran a little heavy on lands from there. All right. Match number 3. Where's the Rakdos meme pile shadow list? That's on the docket for tomorrow, duh. I think we gotta ship this one. I think we gotta keep this one. Sorry, Call of the Death Dwellers. It may be a meme, but it's great entertainment value. That's all I can really ask for in life, is to provide entertainment value to a bunch of strangers on the internet. Above or below 50% to turn 2, Blood Rush, a Hex Drinker. So I'm assuming we're against Dredge. And they hit an Ox. I kind of wonder, like, how much of my deck do I even want to show them? It's like if I don't draw Shadow Battle Rage, I don't have a great chance of winning this game. Conflagrate my sexual hexual. All right. We're just going to go all in on the, of course we're going to draw Shadow into Battle Rage line. Love hearing Corey twice. Can you hear him through my microphone? All right, opponent. You got nothing. You got nothing on us. Nothing. You got something. You. All right. So Traverse is online, which means Bloodbraid into a Traverse is live for getting us a Shadow. We're doing things. Who's Corey? One of my roommates. Opponent, just don't hit Creeping Chills. It's easy. Let's see, Partimore, will you play some Historic since Shadow is being added to the format tomorrow? We'll take a look and see, like, what it looks like. Because I haven't seen any of the Historic lists or anything like that. Or what Historic Shadow might look like. But if enough people want to see it, I'll have to, like, go grind some wild cards and we might be able to make it happen. Opponent, don't be boring. Don't conflagrate me. No. Opponent, not a fan of fun. Alright. Spellbomb's great. Parasite's surprisingly okay. Yixil Jailer's great. Plague Engineer's pretty good. Maybe I want Revoker for Shriekhorn. Doesn't seem good enough, but we'll see how many cuts we gotta make. Yeah, this is probably fine. We'll see what happens. All right. I'm not one to throw back a spell bomb hand too lightly. Especially a spell bomb hand when my opponent is relying 100% on a Shriekhorn. Why is this the land that they draw? We are absolutely taking a Stinkweed imp out of the equation. I don't know if you guys know, but that card's pretty good against us. So if my opponent is not able to continually recur it, and they're naturally drawing a second Cathartic Reunion off the top. Oof. We had a chance. Yes, get back the Bloodghast. No, no. Skip through my stop accidentally. Boo. I wanted to end a turn dismember so I could untap and double shadow. We'll see what happens. had a bunch of awkward draws today where we haven't gotten the land lineup that we needed. Like the Jund Scourge deck with Lurrus as the companion didn't draw green a really large percentage of games. Draw like another Cathartic Reunion. You did. You have drawn running Cathartic Reunions. Alright. What's my out? Best Dredge player. It's right up there with, like, what was guys saying you're only a good Tron player if you're naturally drawing Tron lands off the top. You're only a good Dredge player if you're naturally drawing enablers off the top. You're a little late. Let's see. I can go attack with the shadow. If you mark your Tron lands. So if my opponent just goes Crack Blast Zone, attack, they win. We're going to hope they don't. Oh, I don't know if Kevin's still in the chat, but I was kind of like glancing around at Twitch, and there's somebody playing Abzan Squirrel Blade. Where'd they go to? I just saw him. Where did you go to? I know I just saw you. Come back here right this moment. Where did they disappear to? There. Abzan Squirrel Blade. I think that's awesome. Seems like all the anthology cards are ones that were recently printed or reprinted. What are the anthology cards? I'm uncultured. Peter Panda 6969. Copyright infringement. What, they're playing Scourge? Let's pull it up and see. Hold on, I got an Apex Legends Nintendo Switch ad. I'm driving up Reflex 2's ad revenue at the moment. This is not Abzan Squirrel Blade. We've been lied to. We have been deceived. We have been played the fool. Alright, playing Hex Drinker here, because if my opponent, like, paths this, it just gets me closer to, like, Kroxa or double spelling. Testing Hex Drinker, Jund Death Shadow. For me or for them? For everybody. Alright, Inquisition or Kroxa. I like Kroxa. Like, I'm not going to be double spelling anytime soon with this Thalia. So I might as well just try to get relevant pieces of information. He's so loud down the hall. I really wish I could just, like, open the door a little bit so y'all can hear the sound effects. Unless you can hear them. Apparently something wasn't seen. It's great background commentary. Opponent doesn't play anything. Draw step path. Draw step Field of Ruin. So I'm going to float black. If I need help, blink twice. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't need any help at all. Please save me. Alright. Am I dismembering before this mana goes away? Yes. Oh, it's such terrifying sounds in the background. Alright. Now my Inquisitioning. We're playing Tarmogoyf. Probably Inquisitioning, right? I apologize, opponent. I should have played the Tarmogoyf. You're right. You're correct. I was wrong. Don't hurt my family. Well, yes, I did just search and fail to find. Oh, you think I'm going to let you take my my red sources? Psh. Yeah, that's right, opponent. I did sandbag the other land. In the words of my people, get riggedy wrecked. Alright. See what happens. But I don't hate our position here. Yes. No. No. Bad opponent. Okay. Okay. I think I'm just going second Goyf, saving the Lurrus for next turn. Because when my opponent top decks another copy of Skyclave Apparition, I'd rather them Apparition this Goyf than the Lurrus. Notice, I don't say if they top deck another Skyclave Apparition. So I know there is no if. Alright. Bad juju to the opponent. Bad juju to the opponent. Did it work? Nope. Didn't work. Good juju to us. Not particularly. But it's okay. It's okay. Are they just like sandbagging a land? It's like the only thing that makes sense, right?
What the fuck is that?
Alright. Pick up gate 1. Really nice. Plague Engineer, K Return, both excellent. K Command, Hunt Master. Do I want Revoker? It's probably okay. Get to name like Aether Vial. We can name Stoneforge Mystic. A sword that they get. I'm telling you, these sounds from the other room are like S tier quality. Something, something, I am died. Alright. So the game plan post board is just to hit our opponent with absolute haymakers every turn. Turn 1, Hex Drinker. Turn 2, Tarmogoyf. Turn 3, Scourge of the Skyclave. Turn 4, Bloodbraid Elf into Death Shadow. Turn 5, Hunt Master of the Fells plus Fatal Push something. I don't know. That's our game plan. It's our game plan every round of every match, but especially right here. Hand's great. That was a pretty good snap. My career as a jazz musician is finally going to take off. hydrate. I can hydrate. Except it's going to be with a Coca-Cola cherry. Because that's all that I have within arm's reach. Sorry. Oh, that sound. That don't count. Well, I'd have to go like all the way over to the kitchen to get ice because my glass is empty. And can I save the hydrate until after this round? I'll compromise here. Compromise while I tar fire the hell out of a Giver of Runes. She's tar fire. She's so beautiful. Am I just going Croxa here? I think so. Opponent wants to, like, path. Alright. I was going to say if they want to path Croxa with the trigger on the stack. It just means we get to Bloodbraid next turn. You'll get Blood Clots sitting that long. That's a terrifying thought. I don't want Blood Clots. Little Field of Ruin action. Little attack with Giver of Runes action. Little activate Field of Ruin action. Wild. A little second Aether Vial action. Alright, am I kind of like just Revoker named Giver of Runes. Is that like... I think it's fine. Giver of Runes. Go. In my best Scottish accent. It's your turn, opponent. Yield until end step. Please don't have drawn a Field of Ruin. This Bloodbraid into Collector Oof is about to be so fire. Or am I just supposed to Hunt Master? We're going to flip a coin. Heads for Hunt Master. Tails for the card that isn't Hunt Master. Heads, Hunt Master. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Opponent, I've showed you mine. Oh, you show me yours. I'm glad the coin picked the correct line. The coin always picks the correct line. At the time, we just may not know what the correct line is. Oh, opponent. Sweet, sweet summer child. This is where you no longer have to play the game. Alright. I would bet you $100 right there that there is an above average chance that opponent did not actually know what the flip side of Huntmaster of the Fells does and just scooped as soon as they saw that it was going to like start killing everything. Like, so they saw the front half and were like, oh yeah, that's kind of cool, like gain them a little life, make a 2/2. And then it flipped, and they were like, wait. Hold up. That does what? Only 2 games a match, D's. This is our time-saving list, right? Like, we either win spectacularly or we lose spectacularly. Do or do not, there is no try. Snap keeping the Inquisition into Confidant hand. Opponent has mulliganed to 6. Opponent reveals Bloodbraid Elf. No. Our only weakness. Oh my god. I'm afraid. What is the point in waking up in the morning? Alright, so if I go... I think I'm just going Tarmogoyf. Because I want them to path this, give me my 3rd land, so I can go like Thoughtseize Clothis into 2nd Goyf next turn. Opponent not even going for the upkeep path. 0 fear in the metaphorical dojo. I think I have to Thoughtseize this Clothis. Like, I think I just have a really difficult time beating that card. If my Tron opponent top decks the 3rd Tron land again, I'm going to blow my goddamn brains out. Oh, that hurts me on a spiritual level. Hard cast Bone Crusher Giant. Hard cast Bone Crusher Giant. Knight of the Reliquary. What do we think is the scariest thing our opponent can get off this Knight of the Reliquary? Probably something I don't want to deal with. I don't know what it would be, but I just don't trust Knight of the Reliquaries. Nice. So you have to block both or you die. Nice. Nice. Alright, opponent, you want to be the red-green value deck? We can be the red-green value deck. So what do we see? Path to Exile, Knight of the Reliquary, Bloodbraid Elf, Bone Crusher Giant, Lightning Bolt, Path to Exile, Noble Hierarch, Clothis. So just like Naya mid-range of some sort. So we're just going to try to be like the Naya mid-rangier deck. It's like board in a Huntmaster for a Battle Rage. Or do we want maybe a K-Command's fine. Do I want a trophy? Probably. Naya Trade Binder. Modern staple. Modern format staple Naya Trade Binder. Don't do it, opponent. Excuse me? Come again? One more time for the fellas in the back. Yeah, I like that Naya Zoo call a lot right now. So, what have you got coming off the top? Lightning Bolt. They've got Kasali Pride Mage. Oh, man. They've got Kasali Pride Mage. Oh, man. I'm so happy. Actually happy enough to take it too. It's 2018 again. Christmas time is here. If I recall correctly, Zoo either did well in a recent challenge and or was a 5-0 list in the last dump. I mean, like, every now and then we just run across somebody that's playing Zoo because Zoo, and can't really blame them, can you? Like, Zoo's kind of fun, I guess. Windswept Heath, so they can play Knight of the Reliquary this turn. Zoo and Zoo accessories. That's a clean burning bolt, I tell you what. What are the odds they're running like a Bajuka Bog? You can always ask them that's true. We hop on into chat. Like, opponent, you, Bajuka Bog. Odds are what? So they can both Bloodbraid Elf and Lightning Bolt here. They would have to tap down their Knight of the Reliquary to do so. Blood Moon. Kind of figured that was coming. Alright, so we're going high upside of, I don't know what we draw to kill them, Battle Rage? Nope. So we can Croxa, make them discard the Bolt. Which I guess is the play. Alright. Alright. I want to top deck Bloodbraid Elves when I have 4 lands too. That says protection from green. Kind of about it. Okay. We can get our basics between Traverse and Verdant. Absolutely killing that. Opponent, it's not that I don't trust you. It's that you just have an air about you that says I shouldn't trust you. Do I want to just go ahead and get basic swamp so I have it? Nah. Wild Nicodle. Interesting. I kind of wish I could cycle this Call of the Death Dwellers. Call of the Death Dweller. But we can't. Something yellow. Little Noble Hierarch. Alright, so let's get our basic forest. Now we like don't care about Blood Moon, which is nice. Here's a Hunt Master. There goes a Hunt Master. Maybe I was supposed to play out Scourge plus Shadow there. Because if they kill them, like, I just get to call them back. Oof. Conveniently, my opponent had Path to Exile, so it didn't matter if I had the answers. Opponent had 2 Path to Exiles. Oh, they got Wolf Run? Oh man, I'm dead. I'm so dead. What? Calm down, opponent. It's just a game. It's just a game. Fatal Push. One path. 2 path. 3 path. Oh, oh, oh. Am I winning without another creature? What are you drawing into? Windswept Teeth. Alright. So opponent is drawing dead. What does that mean for me? It means I have to pass here and hang on to this push because I have to push whatever he wolf runs when he attacks. Did not leave in Battle Rage. Why don't you want to attack with the Noble Hierarch? Alright, so let's block. Voice. You're gonna wolf run the Bloodbraid. All right. Does that do it? Does that kill them? Just so I can say I cast this card, this league. Yeah, that's right, opponent. It does have a Death Touch and Menace counter on it. Be afraid. Be very afraid. You don't have attacks. That one. Opponent saw the line. You hate to see it. Alright, so that was that was Jun Traverse meme pile. Overall, the deck was actually fun. Whether or not I would say good is a whole different argument, but it was fun casting a bunch of these random one-ofs that like we never get to play. Traverse is one of those cards that I do typically feel like hasn't been explored as much as it should. Like, I think there's a lot of sweet Traverse targets that people don't give enough credit for or credit to because they just forget that, like, you can play this 1-mana demonic tutor for creatures. Let's see. But, yeah, it's like a sweet random set of cards we got to cast. So close to the 5-0. I mean, we were just like right there, right on the cusp of greatness and eternal recognition. I was looking for something and I forgot what I was looking for. I don't think it had any relevance to that league whatsoever. But either way. 5-0 Jun Death Shadow aren't going to get posted. I've had 2 in the last week and both didn't get posted. Well, I'm not too worried about like whether or not we get posted. I missed a couple of follows. Go Chicken Fry and Varesco91. Thank y'all both so much for the follows. Hope both of you are having fantastic Wednesday morning, evening, or afternoons wherever you're at in the world, or even Thursday morning to some parts. Appreciate both of y'all coming and hanging out, checking out the channel. My daily call to action, so I don't forget. If you were hanging out today and you enjoyed the channel, enjoyed the content, like what you saw, feel free to hit the follow button down below. Doesn't cost you anything. Just lets you know whenever we go live so you can come check out the stream. See what's going on. We play a whole bunch of Death Shadow, like all day, every day, because Death Shadow. Sappy coming in with a 5-month resub. Thank you so much. Hope you're enjoying those sweet Death Shadow emotes. For everybody who doesn't know, we do have a custom emote selection on the channel from a local digital artist over here. And she does some really fantastic work. Her Instagram link is down below if you ever want to get something drawn up for your favorite Magic cards. But yeah, if you're enjoying it, feel free to hit the follow button. Doesn't cost you anything. Just lets you know when we go live so you can come check out more stuff. Other than that, I think I'm going to send everybody over to Major Riot, who's playing some Ponza at the moment. So if you want to stick around, feel free to share some love from the channel, drop some of those sweet emotes. Other than that, yeah, I hope everybody has a fantastic rest of their Wednesday. Stay safe, enjoy some good food, good company, and I will see y'all back around tomorrow.